All right, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, it is day 26 with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. We are going to do our review today, so give me a sec to switch stuff here. Okay. Do I do like a unit every day? I do a unit every 2 days, with some exceptions. Virus. I do a unit. Yeah. I do a unit in each every 2 days. And then it kind of slightly changes as it gets closer to every 25 days. The end of every 25 days. Where is this? Because I need to prepare for the review, which I'm going to start now. Okay. Switch my stuff here. I haven't done one in the evening yet. Okay. All right. So we redone it. We reached 25 days. 25 days of practice. Or studying, I suppose. Of studying, right? With Duolingo Chinese. And now, as per usual, it is time. Let's find a color. Yeah, we'll start with red. Or pink. When do I study Spanish? Probably not for another 3 months. Spanish is going to be my last language. For this like duo thing. And I actually have learned Spanish before. I've spent over 3 years. It's been over 10 years though, but I have actually studied Spanish for 3 years. So that would be a different take altogether. So probably after 125 days of Mandarin. At some point. So this is day 25. So as per usual, our day 25 stuff. Studied how? I studied 1 year in high school and 2 years in college. So, yeah, my foreign language for college was Spanish. So let's see. So tentative talks. I call these segments tentative talks. Tentative talks. Right now we're talking about Duolingo Chinese. And this is our 25 days. 25 days. These 25 days is we have section 1, 10 units in section 1. And then recently plus section 2. Section 2, 2 units. Those classes were largely almost spoken entirely in Spanish. So we in college we were encouraged to speak exclusively in Spanish in class, which made for some difficult times, but it was a very rewarding time. So rewarding that I went back again. Okay, so this is the amount of time that we have done. We're going to... I must be fluent already. Yeah, that's probably no. It would have taken like another 4 or 5 years, the way we did it in college. You need some context. Insert name. When I was taking Spanish, I also had 5 other classes. Yeah, college students don't only learn Spanish or learn a foreign language when they're in college. I was a biochemistry molecular biology major. Let's see. Today is day 59 of Spanish for you, and you don't know what day for German. And I'm done with German. You're done with German, as in the courses? Day 60? Alright, keep it going, Virus. So what we're gonna do is today, how we're gonna review Chinese is Hanzi, right? Hanzi, it's Hanzi exclusive. So we're gonna do writing. And then we're gonna do what I'm gonna call a web. A web? It's gonna be like a... I don't know what... I need to give it a interesting name. Like a... Association web. And it's gonna be into English. Actually, it's gonna be into... I haven't really decided. I think it's gonna be first into Pinyin. Right? It's gonna be into Pinyin, and then it's gonna be into English. That's what we're gonna do. And that's gonna constitute the majority of the time. So we're gonna say like 3 hours. It's probably gonna take me 3 hours. Maybe less to do this part. The last time I tallied, it's about... The target is about 182 characters. 182 characters. I don't actually know the vocabulary number. We're gonna aim for... We're gonna aim for about this much. So let's just say 180 vocab. If we can. If we can find 180 vocab. But that'll take 3 hours. That's gonna be a review of the chapter. I'll demonstrate it in a bit. Then we're gonna probably do compare and contrast. I can't spell contrast. Compare and contrast with Japanese, like our Japanese method or whatever. And then state like things that I've done differently or similar. Specifically focusing on something differently with the Chinese, right? The Chinese course. And maybe at the end, some lightning round things. Maybe some trends that I notice, or comments, trends, and future. If I can think of some things that I'm changing in the future. For the time being, I don't really have any clear things that I'm going to change. It's too early to tell. But it will probably be involved in manage Hanzi, right? Because it's getting a little out of control. So here are some disclaimers as per usual. Disclaimers. This is not advice. This is also not prioritizing accuracy. Right. It's not accuracy per se. And what I mean by accuracy is corrections. This is about recall. So as unaided as possible. Alright, how much I remember, how I remember it, what am I currently remembering. That's why it's not accuracy dependent. And it's not about immediate correction. This is output, right? It's recall, output centric. Hence, since it's recall, it's non-comprehensive. Not to be confused with non-comprehensible. It's not comprehensive. So refrain from being compulsorily obligated to throw in your 2 cents. That's not the exercise. This art is what I'm trying to illustrate, in my opinion, that other people may engage in. You might be able to do this on your own, you know, bring up a blank canvas and go at it your own way, right? Yeah. Not advice. That's fine. Yeah. And the goal is to illustrate self-evaluation. Self-evaluation, toolless practice. Hey. Yeah. All right. So let's get started. We're gonna switch some colors. Let's go. Yeah, I like this. Let's use this color. And we're going in order. Oh, I should have made a grid. Let's not. We'll keep them like really expanded. Actually, I don't know if I have enough room. I have an idea. It's okay. We'll use magic. We'll use magic. Digital magic. Okay, so we're gonna go by units and see if we can fill up the canvas. I'm gonna go in order because that's how I practiced. Okay. So, let's write down the units though. Unit 1? Just kidding. We're gonna write section 1. Unit 1, right? Okay, well, let's start right away. Okay. I don't know if that's gonna fit, so we might have to resize. I'm just checking for overall size. There's more space. Hold up. Okay. Hmm. Let me know. Hmm. That's good enough. Hmm. Spacing's like, okay. Wait, how big? Oh no, we gotta go smaller. Yeah, we gotta go smaller. There's no way we're gonna fit. Slightly smaller. We gotta fit. So there are 12 units, so we gotta fit like 4 units per row. It's slightly too large. So we'll resize. uh, uh, let's try that again. Make this thing bigger. Hmm. Uh, okay. That's unit 1. Pretty sure. Let's move these. Let's move these to, without resizing. Let's move these like really close to the edge. Not gonna fit. Oh, but the vertical distance is too much as well. Yeah, so we gotta. Oh. Not all units are the same size. So let's say it's about there. That's about the size that I want. Okay. Just gonna go from left to right. Alright. Let's swap colors. Pretty good. So section 1, unit 2. Should have wrote the topic. Nah, I can just remind myself what the topic is. It's nationality for this one. I can use the left side as a gauge. Oh, wait, that's way too large. Smaller. Gotta think smaller. That stroke order might not be correct. That's fine. It's between these two. Dang it. It's a little too close to that. It's okay. uh... Hmm. That's too far down. Let's try again. Uh, okay. All right. Let's swap up the color. Let's see. So section 1, unit 3. We'll talk about the pinyin. We'll talk about the pinyin and the vocabulary after I complete these writings. I'm thinking about them right now, but it would slow me down if I don't stick to the flow, right? Okay. Section 3 is professions. Professions. Okay. I'll take it. Yeah. Huh. 老师。 Alright, virus. Keep at it. Keep at it, virus. Keep going. Keep working. Count those days. Okay. I like the amount of space that we have right now, so it's not too bad. That's unit 3. So switch up. So section 1, unit 4. Unit 4 is preferences. Oh, some of these subjects kind of suck, actually. Preference. I see. You're on section 1, unit 4 in German right now. Very nice, very nice. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this character. It just looks like not that great. Yeah. Even if I like it's fine. The strokes are correct. The size doesn't come to me very well, so it's fine. Ugh. Okay. Gotta double check my proportions here. That's fine. Yeah, that's good. Uh, mm, that might be a bit. That might be a little bit big. Okay. Just the top as gauge. Those two things are a little too close. Fine though.音乐，音乐。呃，芳华。short quarter. Okay. That's section 1, unit 4. Again, I spent the last two days doing this already. In like a kind of like a Frankenstein manner. Let's see. Section 1, unit 5. Gotta look at the focus on the size here. Keep the size similar. Section unit 5 is family member. That's too big. Try again. Smaller. Too wide, maybe? I think that's good. Might have to shrink this a little. This unit's gigantic. This unit's gigantic. Oops. Hmm. Let's shrink these a little bit so I don't have to do it later. Okay. Okay. That. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Just generally not satisfied with anything with this radical. Kind of like dissatisfactory. I think it's because my hook on the tail is not that great. That one's not that great either. Okay. Oh, I screwed up. It's more or less the same though. Or like I remember both. I just wanted to edit it. So just for my own organization. That's kind of gross looking, huh? Terrible at drawing. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yeah, that's too... Well... this one's kind of like the bigger section. So we'll see if we have to resize. It is kind of... we'll see. I don't wanted them all about the same size, though. Alright. I know that's the end of section of unit 5. So let's do unit 6. Unit 6 after family was... Okay, so this one was... It was frequency. It was like adverbs of frequency, but then we only got one adverb of frequency. It was more about doing things. So we had like predicates and... Yeah, we got some verbiage. Let's use this top one as a gauge for size. Snack break. Okay. Snack break is secretly buying time. That size is okay. You know, it's gonna be difficult for me to know if these are slanted or straight down anymore. I guess we'll have to look at that in the future. Ugh. Ugh, that's too much. What could be better? A little better. Close. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hmm. Okay. That's kind of wide. Maybe here. Um. Hey, Taxka. We'll just put this in. Technically, this is not one of our vocabulary, but it's easy enough, right? What am I doing? I'm reviewing my Chinese. Yeah. Wait. Yes. I have some watermelon over here. Oh, summertime, right? Watermelons. Okay. Preference. Oops. Um. This one I forgot yesterday. I made make sure I remembered. Okay. Okay. Put it. Let's place it right here. All right. Do another color shift. Section 1, Unit 7. Unit 7. After preferences. This one, I'm going to call it ordering. It's ordering, but it's listed under form a question. It's more like ordering. Got some simple ones. Should separate it a little bit more. I thought. Ugh. A little tall. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. And this is right here. Okay. Slightly bigger. Hello there, Captain Ashi. Hello there. Hmm. Okay. I think that's all for section 1, unit 8, unit 7. Do another color shift here. Do section 1, unit 8. How much time? Oh, we're actually making great time. Like oh there, Hideyoshi. We'll take a snack break. Okay. After ordering, it was communication during travel. Okay. Oops. That's a little big. We gotta make sure we don't make them too big, or else we're gonna run out of space. Oops. That could be better. That's okay. Hmm. Oops. Okay. Mm. 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 This one I forgot yesterday too. Okay. I think we're going to have to resize. Yeah, we're gonna have to resize. Is that enough space? We'll find out. Do another color shift. What are we on? Section 9? Unit 9? So section 1, unit 9. After traveling, we get our measure word. Measure words, we're gonna need more room. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need more room. Digital magic, commence. Okay. It'll be a tight squeeze. I think this is enough. Should have made grids. I think I needed some grid paper. Okay. Too big. Smaller. Uh, mm, Ugh. Okay, those are smaller. That's okay. Hmm. The the okay. All right. What is this? Section 10. We're almost there. Almost there. We're on the home stretch now, though. So these are like I worked on these yesterday. Section 10 is make plans with friends. Started with let's take a snack break. The hard part is coming up. I think this is the easy part. Hard part is other stuff. Yep. Okay. This is supposed to be the meditative part. Yeah. No. Yeah. 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 Look at Duo's eyes glaring you down. Okay. Hello there, Jamie. How's it going? Going pretty alright. We're in the middle of writing our Hanzi. What are you up to? And taking snack breaks. We found a website called bilingual linguator. which has 44 bilingual books and 83 language pairs. Interesting. So I've been trying to find a good book to start. So, what do you mean by pairing? As in, like, there's a target and there's a native, or is it bilingual as in two languages being used equally in the books? Oh, one language on one side and one. Oh, nice. Actually, that's really cool. Bilinguator, you say? Give me a second. I am gonna bilinguator. Interesting. All right. Thanks for the share. That piques my interest. I like the idea of having one on the left side, one on the right side. That's kind of cool. Very neat. Very neat. Where was I? Planning things with friends. Okay. I forgot something in this group yesterday. It's the one that I mixed up with one of the characters from the unit before. Keep mental note of that. Oops. And it seems like a great idea. Also, I won't have to look up words all the time because I can just look to the left and go, oh, so that's what that means. And then just keep going when I see, yeah, that's exactly my thought. So it's kind of like the thing where when I raised a point about subtitles, if you're disciplined enough to not look, right? I know, like, in terms of subtitles, it could be like below, like, say if you're watching something in widescreen aspect, the subtitles is in a black block, right? So the question is, can you look forward, process, and then look down? It's like, oh, that's what it means, and then go back, right? So if you turn it on its side, then now you have left and right, and you can't. I understand, Jamie, but you know what I mean. It's kind of one of those things. If you get used, yeah, if you get used, but think about it this way, Jamie. If you get used to doing the left and right thing, who is to say you don't start getting like, oh man, if I could do that, the temptation is there. It's like, it does take practice though. But you see what I mean, right? Like, then you won't necessarily be inclined to slow down even more, in the sense that, oh, you get distracted too much. You always have that kind of assurance. So you kind of like plunge in and it's like, whoa, yes, there, this, and then you get into it. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. And obviously, you know yourself best, right? If you get too distracted, then yeah, removing it is the thing. It's kind of like if I left candy in front of you, right? And you're hungry, which I'm just kidding. But that's kind of the thing, right? We all would love to have the most easily not distracted. And I talked about when I was younger, I was easily distracted. It's to the point where I could get angry at people from the distraction. You know? Like streaming while you're learning, that would aggravate me if I was 20 years younger or something. But not so much anymore. Because distractions are valuable, or more valuable to me than anything else. And what I mean by distraction, obviously something of value. And when people want to get rid of something, then that thing doesn't have value at the moment, right? So kind of like removing subtitles, it doesn't necessarily have value to you at the moment. It takes away the value of the experience. I like the idea of bilingual books. That's cool. It would be kind of interesting how much level of interpretation there is too. Obviously, I won't know the language, my target language, enough to really know at the moment, but it would be interesting to see how the person who's doing the translating, right? I'm more inclined to say they're doing the interpretation as opposed to the translating, but we'll see how. I really am curious about like what approach the authors take and the translators take. This is a problem one. Okay, I got it. I said the same exact thing every time I got to this character. Like, this is the problem one. And now, basically, when I say this is the problem one, it reminds me of exactly which one I forgot. Good old emotional memory. So powerful, you know? And I always mention how ugly it looks. Interesting you say that, because I found a similar website that does the same thing, and I skimmed through Alice in Wonderland with Spanish on one side and Portuguese on the other. And as you may know, they are really similar, but the Portuguese translation was a bit weird when you legit could have used the Spanish words for its almost one. Yeah. That's fair. That's a good example. Yeah, that's a great example. Because, you know, in my sense, right, I'm illiterate in Mandarin. However, when I hear Mandarin, like for example, a song, so really early on, someone said they really liked a Mandarin song. So I listened to it, and the video was a lyric video, and it had translations, right, and pinyin and all that stuff. But it's irrelevant. They had a translation, and I was listening to the song. It's like, yeah, that's an interesting way to think about it. Because I can't do that with Japanese very much yet, right? But when I didn't know Japanese at the time, I looked at the song lyrics, and then every time when someone goes to like translate something, it comes out as the English comes out as incredibly poetic. And yes and no. in the sense, but like if you wrote the song again, right? And then there are people who write English versions of Japanese songs. And a lot of times there's English when people write it, there are people who use English lyricism to capture the same feeling of the lyrics in the song versus someone who attempted to translate the song and fit the translation into the like instrumentals or like the beat and stuff. And one comes off as incredibly overly like poetic to the point where like you couldn't have possibly written that song in English, to the other people who are like, oh yeah, it just sounds like English. So it's like a nice song with a nice beat with a very clear interpretation, right? So that's kind of what I think about when I think about books that are translated. Like a great example of a book that is translated would be the Witcher series. Being a video gamer and a CD Projekt Red fan, I've looked at that, right? Because it's originally in Polish. So this stuff comes up pretty often. Okay. Just to spend a little time not thinking about characters right now. You just got The Witcher yesterday in Polish. I can't read it at all, but I'm saving it for the future. Yeah. I have I have the entire audiobook series by a specific narrator, a specific reader that I haven't gotten an opportunity to listen to yet. The English one, of course, because I don't understand Polish. Sometimes though, I don't know if you ever do this. Sometimes when you know all the English, right? You know the English version. I just like listening to the other one and guessing where they are. I don't know if you've ever done that, but sometimes when I rewatch a show, or I really like rewatching a show, instead I just turn it to a different language. Because I know the show well enough in English, I just wanted to see what the characters and the scenes and stuff. So if you have the entire context, right? If you have the entire context, you can associate sounds, just blatant sounds with no comprehension. Yeah, you try to figure out what you can intuit. Yeah, it's a really fun exercise, and that's kind of how I feel when I'm watching Mandarin and Cantonese programming. Like, and it's not even to the point of intuiting with low accuracy. It's intuiting with like fairly high accuracy. And that's kind of the best way I can describe why I don't choose to respond in Mandarin or Cantonese when I'm speaking to other people who speak Mandarin and Cantonese to me. Right. So that's the closest thing to the whole idea of, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I didn't practice constructing and outputting any of that stuff, so naturally I wouldn't be able to. That kind of thing. That's a great... We kind of see eye to eye in experimenting, Jamie. With the exception of subtitles. You just gotta get good. I'm just kidding. That was a little toxic. You just gotta stop being so easily distracted, Jamie. It's a challenge. I say this with a very, 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 very not necessary, super not necessary. But a lot of times, when you get a lot better at not being distracted, like when you choose not to be distracted, even when like a dog's in front of your face, that skill per se, that tolerance, comes in handy a lot of times, if you know what I mean. It's surprisingly handy, and practicing it with things that are a lot more in your face can make other things very not as tempting or not as bad. Like my temperament has improved a lot when I worked on things that are always in my face, but not like people. So then when I went out to like people in crowded places like parties and whatnot, they become surprisingly less scary. I used to really dislike being in crowded places. Everything is so distracting. And now I prefer to go on public transportation and whatnot and people watch all the time. So perhaps there's something to it, right? Perhaps. Okay, where was I? Yeah, I just struggle to really immerse when I see dual subtitles, because then I see the translation from my target language and I rely on it instead of really trying to figure things out just because it's easier. Yeah, it's understandable. That's basically how I imagine the reasoning behind it. Have you ever watched a show and had a subtitle in your native language, right? In your native language, and then do you choose to read the subtitles or do you choose to listen to what they're saying? Because there are times when I'm like, yeah, I gotta do work, so or I gotta listen to something, but at the same time, like, I kind of want to read something. So sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I need to catch up. Or there are times you do, yeah. So that's what I mean. so I find myself I would watch a show for the third time in a row. Like, I really want to watch this episode, so I turn on the English subtitles, right? Whenever I see the show once, maybe for immersion and whatnot, right? Just no subtitles, I understand the language, it's in English, it's fine. Then the second time I would play over it, and I would almost, when I turn on the subtitles, I would almost be like disinterested in what's on the screen, and I would just read and like, that's kind of interesting. And then the third time I try to do both. I'm trying to like sync them up and whatnot. But that's kind of how I get in incentive to multiply enjoy something. There are one thing that I really like about subtitles or closed captions is if a show is really music heavy, the subtitles actually provide more information than the music. Well, technically you're supposed to know, like, insert song is playing in the background, but you wouldn't know. Like, there are two ways to find out what it is, right? Either you know the song and the title and stuff, or the subtitles have it, right? So it's kind of neat. And there are a few subscription things, like I would refer to like Amazon Prime and stuff, when like an actor shows up and I'm like, this actor is so familiar. So then you like click to the left and there would be a panel that shows up. You just hover to the left and a panel will show up where the actor is or where the guest stars are, right? And that stuff is pretty cool. I also watch things with commentary from time to time. So when I really like a show, I like to watch it over again, but now the people are talking over the show. So now you're watching the episode, but you're listening to the commentary that is on top of the show, right? So now you already know what's going on in the show. You've already read all the subtitles, and now you're listening to the commentary, and the subtitles is to the commentary of the show. Yeah, just stacking the layers. You watch everything with subtitles, and I read them too, even in English. Yeah, that's what I mean. You could do all of it somehow, some way. Honestly, you can probably learn with all of it. It's gotta Gotta find out what works for you. Okay. I really like the onomatopoeias or the little captions that say, "Oh, and then there's a distant clanking noise," and I'm like, "Wait a minute," and then you're looking at the show, it's like, we don't even know there's a distinct clanking noise, like ominous light appears from a distance or something, and you're looking at the show, it's like, what ominous light, and then it shows up a few seconds later. That's happened before. It kind of makes me chuckle when the show subtitles like capture things that are off screen or you're supposed to notice, but maybe like you're not paying attention visually, and it's written. Good stuff. Good distraction too. All right, let's get back. Oh wait, no, that's not right. I wasn't familiar with the commentary thing before until one time I was watching a Netflix show and I accidentally clicked that instead of subtitles. Oh, yeah. And then I heard a deep voice narrate talking when no one was saying anything. Yeah, it used to be an old thing. It's not as popular now, Jamie. I don't know how old you are. Sorry, we don't have to bring up that. But generationally, there was a time when commentary tracks was a normal thing. Like, you know, the back in the day of DVDs, before live service. You're 22? Okay, so it's a little bit... You might have been a little too young at the time. But there was a time people in their 30s, like myself, would know that when they really like shows, you have to buy DVD sets. I'm sure you still grew up around that time. But a lot of these DVD sets also have commentary tracks. So when you really like a show, you're buying the show, but all the extras are like commentary tracks. You get to hear, which I feel nowadays people are actually interested again. Back in the day, you wanted to know, like, you know, you wanted to ask the question, wait, what was their idea behind this? Like, can we ask someone? And back in the day, they used to include commentary. So like a writer or a producer or someone, like, they will take turns and stuff and they'll talk about the episode. Like, oh yeah, you know, this is a weird scene, but I really like this scene. And then it's basically the live commentary that you hear now, like a react video or a so I think there's room for that. I don't know if people how popular it is right now. I think it's coming back, because nowadays it's spectators and viewers are getting a little bit more engrossed, as in they want more, as in they want the thoughts of the person who's writing. So then you don't even have to guess. I mean, it's not as... I like guessing and trying to you know, predict or deduce what the writers are doing, but I also like the commentary track. But back in the day, like Lord of the Rings, I love hearing Peter Jackson and the cast of Lord of the Rings, like their commentary and stuff. I still watch interviews about when they're reunited and all that, when they were doing that stuff. It's really cool. It's always fun to hear from the people who made it. So like, you have your guess, so you play your, you know, you play your game like, oh yeah, maybe this is why they're doing it, maybe this is why doing it, and then you might get lucky that they end up in an interview or something, or maybe you're famous or influential and you can get an interview with these people, and those are the people's interviews and stuff that you get to see finally answer some deep questions about your favorite anime or something. And you know, sometimes you don't get the opportunity to. So back in the day, DVD extras, when you buy like full sets of shows and stuff, they come with tracks. And I generally, some of my, and you don't have time for all of that, but when there's a favorite episode, I would love to hear the commentary on the favorite episode. Like when you're guessing, oh yeah, there's no way this has to be a reference to, you know, your favorite thing, and you can turn on the commentator track and see if they mention it, see if they mention that's where their inspiration is, right? You see like an Akira bicycle slide, and then you immediately think, oh yeah, the commentary's got to have mentioned where why they put in the Akira slide, right? That kind of thing. So those were my jam back then. It faded out of popularity for a while, I would say. Nowadays it's like live interviews and live reactions, or you can, if you really like shows, there are a bunch of channels where they get the actors, right? The actors to react to an episode of their own character, right? So you have all these things now. It's nice. Sorry. Slight digression. Baby. The reason why I share so much interest in the commentary of the creator is that's where I get most of my ideas. Knowing the people who make the stuff you like is invaluable information. If you really like someone and you like their work, what is in front of you, like their product, many people can interpret. But one thing that's pricelessly invaluable are the commentaries of the people who have already made, right? It's very candid, and you can glean a lot from it. I forgot this character yesterday. And this character was, I think, and this character. Wait. No, I was okay with it. Yeah. Okay, so we got 2 more sections to go, and how much time? I said 4 hours. I left 4 hours for myself for this section, so plenty of time. So gotta go over vocabulary and pinyin. Pinions can go really fast. Oh, actually no, pinions can go really slow, but the vocabulary section might go fast. Let's switch it up some more. So where were we at? Section 2, unit 1, which is about travel. No, it's house tour. House tour. Okay. Yeah, that looks. You got no business being that thick, man. No business being that thick. Still kind of thick. That's okay. Kind of looks off. I think the bottom needs to be bigger and the top needs to be thinner. What is this that you are doing? Are you writing something like a story, or are you just practicing like writing the characters? I'm writing every single Hanzi that I know. This is my review. This is my 25-day review for Duolingo Chinese. I do a review every 25 days. Yeah, just from memory. Like on day 23 or 24, I spent doing this live, and then I'm trying to get all of them now. I do the same for kanji and whatnot. So every 25 days I'm trying to review. I'm near the 25th day, and then on the 26th day it's kind of like a progress report. Like, instead of taking a test, right? Instead of taking a test or something, this is how I review. Keep myself honest, right? No, you gotta monitor yourself somehow, right? At least that's my opinion. I'm not the person who rests on my laurels and just trusts like input, a kind of gold standard kind of thing. I think one doesn't become one neglects a lot of other skills when they don't output and then measure output, measure and reflect while doing input. You can be very trusting to your process. My process involves output and reevaluation. When I do a job, right, if I'm doing a job and I find out that my coworkers and I don't get reviewed every year or every 6 months or a performance review, then I would leave the job, because I don't trust. I don't trust people. I don't trust the competence of the human condition. So what I mean is, if you do a job for a very long time and you don't get reevaluated, I firmly believe that for most cases, a human would lose the ability to evaluate how competent they are over time without due diligence and vigilance. That's me. I'm a product of formal education, so I'm a bit biased, but I expect that whoever I work with and all the people around me are constantly making sure that they are competent, right? If you're grinding along in life and you don't ever check, right, that's kind of like someone who never goes to the doctor to check up and whatnot. I'm terrible at that, so it requires a lot of discipline, and this is kind of how I offset my discipline. Self-study lacks discipline. Sometimes these apps are trying to provide structure. That's discipline, but the structure is optional. So when someone says, oh yeah, this course is going too fast, this thing is going too slow, and they abandon it, that's a lack of due diligence and discipline. That's looking for the path of least resistance without problem solving and figuring out how to optimize something that's suboptimal, right? You're picking something that is created for you. You haven't created the task for yourself. It's not to say that you can't, you have to have the skill. I'm suggesting that there are a lot of skills that are neglected for convenience. So you can get really, really fast at doing things. For example, you can become very, very good at doing something, but it can make you a terrible advisor and a terrible mentor or a terrible teacher. Because what do you do, for example, hypothetically, what do you do if you never keep yourself honest, you never evaluate yourself periodically, and you don't do these things for yourself, right? And then you go and offer advice and mentor someone, raise a child, for example. How do you know how to evaluate periodically and are, give and inspire that type of routine to someone younger or to someone more inexperienced? Like, how would you know? That is something that I feel that 80 to 90% of people who spend their time exclusively getting advice on the internet has neglected. The reason why I feel that I know this is that the way people give advice, the way people evaluate other people, is not based on observation of the person or the thing. It's based on whatever their information is. So, when you offer advice, when you share stories, it's not integrating any form of reflection or synthesis. Self-evaluation, self-testing, periodically writing down things that you have done, evaluate their impact and stuff, that practices a skill that is almost innate to anyone in the professional field. So when I speak to someone and I hold conversations with them, it's pretty clear who works in a professional capacity and who doesn't, right? Not to say that you can't be successful in both cases. You can definitely be successful in both cases. The idea is that these are skills you can choose to work on or choose not to work on. Problem solvers, people who solve problems and have to critically think, have to regularly monitor and measure things. You don't just trust me, bro, to the thing, right? So this is my aspect of it. I don't do many things without ever double checking after a while. Like, oh yeah, this has been working great for a month, maybe 2 months, 2 months. I'm like, what can I do better? Or what can I change? What can I make easier so that I'm not too stressed out? That kind of thing. I can assure you, when I was younger, I burned out, for lack of a better word, had a terrible physical health maintenance issue. Largely because I thought if I worked hard, I'm on the right track. Right? Thankfully, in my opinion, my life was surrounded by structure, right? I had an excellent education. I had great mentors. I had great friends that saw or observed that I had poor discipline. And what I mean by discipline, it is specific areas of discipline. It wasn't because I was doing great science or I was getting good grades. That part is pretty obvious in front of you. But then I had like exhaustion and weight loss and habits, like lack of appearances, a socialization, and those things. Yeah, you don't have due diligence. But like, I didn't have due diligence for those things. So this is kind of illustrating that. Only this time, it's with self-study. Self-study has no structure, in my opinion, for most people. And you might be thinking, well, yeah, they do have structure. If you download an Anki deck, that's structure. If you use Duolingo, that's structure. It's like, no, it's not. It's optional. You can choose to drop it whenever you want. You're not holding yourself accountable for it. What I mean by that is there isn't a periodic evaluation of how effective it is. You just tell yourself you know it, and that's it, right? It's like, oh yeah, I feel good. I know it. It's like, based on what metric? What have you done? Have you recorded something of your success rate, or are you just choosing to do it and then that's about it, right? So it's not a bad thing or a good thing. Many people who keep motivated don't have to do this, because if you do this, it can be a source of demotivation. You can become demotivated from this, much like when you go to school and you get bad exam grades. People respond to bad exam grades very differently. Some people might be like, oh, well, I guess it's time to give up. Let's just change like careers or something. And then others would be like, oh, hey, I didn't know I was this weak. Let's go and, let's go and fix it. Or the other people are like, oh, I aced everything. And then they didn't get any information. So there are so many situations where self-evaluation, the best type of self-evaluation, quote unquote, is an informed one. And in order to be informed, you have to do it regularly. And then figure out, okay, I've been using it this way. Did it work? Like, did it tell me accurately how much I know? Because you could just keep telling yourself and practicing the things you do know, and then you have this like security, like, oh yeah, I'm getting it. Remember this? You remember the nightmare scenario that most language learners always try to prevent? Where they say like, oh yeah, I've been using Duolingo for 5 years and I learned nothing. Right? That, in my opinion, is not necessarily because of Duolingo, if you know what I mean. An observer understands what Duolingo has to offer, so they do not get blindsided by what it can't do, what it literally doesn't do, right? So it's not to say that there isn't something Duolingo can improve. It's to prevent yourself from getting blindsided by possibly skill capping yourself in a good way. Like a positive way would be glass ceiling. In a negative way would be overconfidence, right? You might be overestimating your abilities. Usually that's the case with incompetence. But there's a chance that you've done it for so long that you've capped yourself, right? So self-evaluation also helps to see that, oh yeah, you're not really getting much from this anymore. Let's go do something else. Let's go do harder things or something. So it works in many levels. And in a professional setting, if I work for a company or I work for like a group, I expect, even though I don't like even though it's extra work and I don't like it as well because it keeps you on your toes, it's necessary, in my opinion, in a professional environment to make sure that you are on top of things. In the long run, most people, in my opinion, in the professional field will thank the future tomorrow of themselves that they were in an environment and in a group that everyone is responsible for making sure that they're regularly on top of things. Because if you don't, then you get questions that most people ask all the time, like, dude, man, you think Ubisoft made this, you think Ubisoft made this like 7th game in a row. You think their bugs, they wouldn't have the same bug in the same game for 7 years in a row, would you? That kind of thing. I'm just saying. QC is not just a product thing. QC is also a person thing. The less you do it, the more likely you'll have more and more gaps in your thing. So for me, when someone says like, oh yeah, you must be very good at this by now. So, oh no, I'll tell you when I'm very good at this. And usually it's not the case. Because I'm pretty gosh darn accurate on how long it takes me to do things. So earlier someone like made a comment about being fluent. I'm like, 2 years in college for Spanish is gonna get me to like grade school level. It's like 50 minutes a day, 3 times a week. Meanwhile, I have like 5 other classes. The chances of me becoming fluent in 2 years is non-negotiable. It's not even in the ballpark. So that's kind of the thing. Like, it prevents me from making comments like that as well. About myself. Definitely not. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was about to comment on that actually. I was going to say it's interesting that you get the most out of Duo by actually using as a tool to aid your language learning, not as a method to get where you want to be. Yeah, exactly. I'm not really asking, because honestly, humble brag. I'm gonna humble brag a little bit. Going to, you could just like, anything can work, because from my mindset, I learn the language, not something is providing me with the language. So if I come across a Japanese person and they want to be my best friend, heck yeah, all right, I'm on board, help me learn Japanese. If that's not available to me, I'm gonna make something else work. It's not ideal, but things aren't ever ideal. You're a problem solver, right? You're a learner, you're a problem solver. Get creative. So whatever is available to me, it doesn't matter where I start, right? I'll get there eventually. Instead of the whole idea like, okay, this one's not so good. Let's move on. Let's keep looking for the best product here. All right. I'm gonna start on this product. And then like 1 year later, a new product comes on. It's like, oh yeah, this product kind of sucks now. Let's go move to the new product. I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Like this could have been Anki. It just wasn't. So I'm okay with that. And whatever, if I started with Anki or I started with Memrise or something, I will still be doing the same thing. And what I mean by that is, I will still be evaluating myself every 25 days. I will still be writing this thing on a blank canvas, because this is the tool, right? This is me on a canvas, right? It's not a tool doing it for me. So that's kind of the idea. This part won't ever change about me. Like talking very long time and telling the quote unquote wisdom that I have. That's a part that the tool cannot train you to do, per se. You are using the tool to create that, to create your learning experience. So this is why this part is very rewarding too. It can be very rewarding. It can also really, really make someone angry. This might be rude, but I don't think most dual users are problem solvers. They just want a shortcut to fluency. Indeed. Which isn't really measurable. Indeed. Right. Or they want to be spoon-fed, and obviously this isn't everyone, but there's over 500 million dual users. So I'm assuming it's the majority. It is. Probably. But we have to remember, we have to step back a little bit. Language learning has a barrier. How much is that barrier going to pre-select for non-problem solvers? And this barrier, I feel, is more of a psychological and societal thing at the moment, where you have lots of confirmation bias that makes it so that the task at hand is so rigorously high that the people that they attract are naturally not problem solvers to begin with. So what I mean by that is they don't have to be problem solvers, because language isn't considered something to be a problem, if you know what I mean. So not only do I agree with you, and it's not rude, because learning another language isn't solving a problem. It wasn't ever solving a problem. Learning could be a problem. So when you're trying to achieve fluency, that's not a problem. It's a choice. You know what I mean? Like other than English, like other than various extraneous circumstances, but naturally, if you're at this point and you're considering acquiring a second language, is that a problem to be solved? For most people, I don't think it's a problem to be solved. So how would you approach it? well, naturally you approach it as the easiest, lowest path of resistance you can find, because most people aren't trying to solve a problem. You don't have to be fluent in a second language. So yeah, it's more like, it's whatever you said, even more. It's so compounded that you can make the argument that nearly most self-studying users, it's not even unique to Duolingo. When someone approaches me and they say, oh, they finally acquired a secondary language and whatnot, and this is what they did, they're still not problem solvers, in my opinion. Because they talk to me like they're peddling someone else's solution. They're not explaining their own solution and how it integrates and how it is successful. So naturally, when someone tells me, oh, you should do this, and I'm like, can you explain how that works? How did it work for you? They don't sound like problem solvers. They find solutions. And Duolingo is one of those potential solutions. Anki is one of those potential solutions. Nowadays, the internet provides solutions. People don't solve problems anymore. They find information on the internet. Right? Now the question is, do you need to? No, you don't really need to. If someone already solved the problem, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I'm not throwing shade at anyone. If there's a solution on the internet and you have the exact same problem, then yeah, you don't have to practice problem solving. The question is, how valuable is problem solving and critical thinking as a skill? If you're asking me, it is a life skill. It is essential to be able to tackle anything that's life oriented, as in it's obligatory. How to overcome grief, right? How to deal with an aging loved one, how to deal with your own motivations as you're growing older. These are so multifaceted and complex that if you go online and look for a solution, it may help you. However, you'll be doing that and bouncing around suboptimally. It's the synthesis of that information that allows you to truly mold a solution for your life, right? Is that necessary for young people? Not really. I mean, you're not getting older yet, I suppose. Like, I know, Jamie, this might sound a little weird, but you're 22. You're young. You're spry. Go out. Be efficient. Collect wisdom. So online, there's a lot of collective wisdom. One day, though, when you're becoming like a professional and stuff and you want to pave the road, the solution's not online. The solution's in you, if you know what I mean. If you want to become a leader, if you want to become someone who has foresight and thought, like, wisdom comes from the person. It doesn't come from what's provided vicariously. It's a synthesis of it, though. It's involved in the process, right? That's kind of what I'm saying here. No, and I absolutely agree with your observation. And it's obviously, it's also rude, and I know it to be true as well. So it's kind of one of those harsh truths, right? You have to admit that it is rude, and at the same time, or it can be seen as rude because you don't need to solve problems if there's something given to you. Anki solves a problem for you. Pretty much every tool solves a problem for you. I think I am thankful that I have a smartphone. It solves a lot of things, like keeping track of the time. Imagine having to manually keep track of time. All right. We're gonna go back now. House tour. Thank you for the candid share, Jamie. Yeah, it really is, though. It really is. What's the point in all of this? I guess if you're asking me, I know you're probably not, but I'm gonna volunteer this. So what's the point of me doing all of this? I have a lot of time on my hands, right? I don't have a day job. What would I be doing on a day job? Like, how would I approach a day job? Like, if I'm physically fit and I'm able to like lift 100 pounds, if I go to a warehouse and work a warehouse job, what would I do? What would it look like? It would still look like this in a different form. Like, after a month of working at the warehouse, I would think to myself, so what could I do to make myself better equipped for the warehouse? Well, maybe I should do a more fitness program or something. And like, maybe I can reinvest. So how would I reinvest? So let me budget my warehouse output and my warehouse input. I do this all the time with everything. It just so happens that this is more streamable, right? Like, doing this is a very streamable thing. And my whole point of these discussions and talking to other people who might think differently is that I don't think someone is ever too young to know and feel like they can solve problems on their own. It's legitimately the one thing that I wish the internet can somehow communicate at the same time. But humans will be humans. And the easiest approach is to be told what to do and what the solutions are. Right? And if you're used to it from a very, very young age, you no longer have any problem-solving skills. Right? There was a time, believe it or not, like, it's so hard to say this nowadays, that anyone who is 20 years or younger, there was a time during my age where you literally had to solve the problem by using what you already know. And that's all you have. Other than that, you have your parents, right? You have your parents like, well, I don't know how to do it either. Let's just work together and try to solve it together. And I still use those techniques today. Yes, and we're going to use what's available on the internet to also do that. So the idea here is I talk about Duolingo. I talk about what Duolingo has taught me about myself, what I've learned, what works and what doesn't work for me. And in the future, all of this stuff, I'm going to talk about it all the time. As in, if I start to use Anki, I'll constantly reference the stuff that I'm learning before. So that stuff is my wisdom. You don't drop your wisdom. It's kind of like learning a language and forgetting it, which I have done when I was younger, because, I was also someone who was looking for shortcuts and being efficient. And so there were lots of things I forgot. I forgot everything about botany. I know flowers have petals and steeples, and that's about it. Maybe saltatory conduction. I might be able to explain the Calvin cycle, maybe. So that's the kind of thing. When you get older, you got to learn how to continuously synthesize that. Yep. Like, let me ask you, right? And this is a rhetoric. Obviously, you don't have to answer, Jamie. If someone was able to tell you that doing this all the time, like, I'm not saying I have the solution to this, but what if someone told you that they could provide a way in which you feel like you don't know anything that's going to happen in your future, but somehow you know that you'll find a way to solve whatever comes in the future? Like, isn't that just lovely? In my opinion, like, it will solve, like, it will likely reduce so much insecurity, provide this underlying confidence that life has this way of turning south and north and whatnot, but you have the assurance that when you see opportunity, you can seize it. When you see tragedy, you can mitigate it and tolerate it and work around it. I think nowadays that fear and that insecurity has overwhelmed anyone's capacity to even start things without being informed. So the idea here is that's kind of a skill worth having when the opportunity presents itself or when things happen. However, if your life is extremely comfortable and you're incredibly privileged, then you may never need those things. You may never need to solve problems. And a lot of people are hoping that's the truth, right? And I hope so too. Maybe we don't need to be problem solvers ever again, Jamie. If we have enough people in the world who's providing the solutions, then I guess you could kind of say you don't ever need to do anything because someone else has already done it. Now, why does that sound so scary? To me? Yeah, Jamie, that's exactly that's exactly where I was going. It's kind of fun to figure stuff out. So if you're asking me, what I just said is what people hope, but at the same time, they want life to be fun. They want life to be filled with color. They want, but this is a having the cake and eat it situation. If you think that there is all the information in the world on the internet and you're constantly relying on the experiences of others, then your life may end up inevitably becoming colorless because there's nothing you're actually doing to engage in life. You're vicariously living through everyone, and your solutions are not your own. Your progress may not even feel like it's your own. Like when I ask someone, oh, so how'd you learn Japanese? It's like, oh, it's all thanks to this guy and this like tool. Like basically this tool solved everything. It's like, okay, I see. So what you're telling me is I don't have to ask you for anything. I just go to the tool and you have no value at all. That's what I kind of see sometimes. Instead of someone telling me their experience and talk about how they work through issues and, like, oh yeah, at first I did this for like 3 months and I found out that my skills were scaling like poorly. So I went to complement this and then complement this. I'm not saying everyone's like this. I've met enough people that reassured me that this isn't the case. That is the wisdom that provides yourself value. The moment you go around and say, yeah, this is the only tool, do this, trust me, bro, I have zero confidence in that advice. It demonstrated to me that this person has no experience at all. Not only that, even if they did have experience, they have no way to explain it. Right? And the reason why I want to emphasize that now is this is the most rewarding thing I can ever do from learning language, because this is me. Like, this is me here. So, not only it's a double edge, it can remind you of how little you know doing this, but it can also remind you of how much you do know and how you can explain it, right? No one else did this. Like, this literal thing that I'm showing you on this wall, on this canvas, is me. Someone would have to literally take a screenshot, spend most of their time completely tracing over this in order to reproduce this. And that is unequivocal value. So before you go and talk about your numbers, right? Oh yeah, it's still great, but the idea is I want people to describe to me, how did you get to day streak 156 in Duolingo? Describe to me your experience. What does it feel like to get to 156? Like, tell me about something you remember from 0 to 156, right? Like, did you remember a specific day or something? Because saying your day 156 makes you the same and comparable to anyone who's either at 156 or greater than 156. It's more than that, right? It's kind of like asking a person who's on sobriety, right? Like maybe an alcohol abuse person. This is a little dark of a situation, but say like someone has the 3-year pin. When you ask them, because they had to solve a problem, they have to solve their drinking problem. When you look at their 3-year pin, if you ask them, congratulations, right, on your 3-year, how did you do it? That, when a human being is forced to solve a problem, it stays with them for the rest of their lives. Now, the question is, how do you get into that mindset while doing something optional, right? Like learning another language. So that's kind of what I'm doing. This is not optional for me per se. I'm treating it like it's not optional. So I'm putting more time, more effort, the things. And then what do you get out of it? Oh, well, I get rewarded, right? This is hard. This is work. I'm seeing what the work looks like. I get to meet people, right? That's kind of the thing. All the while, the difference between sobriety and learning a second language is you can also get to cheat and rest and take it easy every once in a while. It's not an obligation. So you got like the best of both worlds, in my opinion. In this case, you can go hard and choose when to back out, right? The way I'm demonstrating this is basically you don't need to be forced to do what I'm doing. You can actually do it yourself if you want, and it will look entirely different. It doesn't have to be exactly like this. It will take a shape and life of its own. And in the end of the day, it will probably be, in my opinion, very, very likely to be some of the most rewarding things that you could do in your language learning journey, and much everything else, but we're talking about language. So when you figure things out, that is probably the most rewarding. You don't have to figure everything out, obviously, but self-evaluation is pretty boss. All right, we're gonna get back. Oh yeah, I still got a lot of time. I'm way ahead. I was gonna save this bit for a little bit later. Yeah. Okay. So, Fang, Ping, you. Don't worry. I know exactly where I left off. We've practiced this. Okay. I get stuck on this all the time. This one. Guess which character it is? Hang on, let's make this a little bigger. I know. It's like, but you know this character. Is like, yeah, that's the problem. I know this character, so then it doesn't come up. Heckin' human condition, really. The characters you know are the least likely the ones that you try to remember. I kid you not. All the characters like you know, like you've seen tons of time, are more likely the characters that you forget when you're staring down a blank piece of paper. Yeah. Okay. Also, I always want to make this disclaimer about my my writing. The writing will always almost 100% look better than my usual sessions, is because the plugin that I'm using kind of sucks, and it's the only plugin. So the reason why it looks better here is because I'm using an art program. But the reason why I want to mention that is because I didn't change anything with the way I'm writing. If you're used to doing something and you change the tools, it the hand still stays the same. Like my movements and stuff are still the same as I would do on the other. It's largely because the program itself is not translating the movement one-to-one very well, as opposed to this. So usually it looks nicer because of that. I didn't magically gain some skills in the background. Also, you can undo. Undo is nice. Okay. Playtime for you. It's been fun. Yeah, take care, Jamie. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck with your studying. Thanks for hanging out for the conversation. It's kind of gross looking. It's a little bit gross looking. Yeah, it's okay. It's the left side. I was a little aggressive with this one. It's fine. Oops. Um. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to shrink this a little bit. This became too large. There ain't no space. Ah, yeah, that's enough space. Last unit. Should be the easiest one. Hopefully. The freshest one. Fresh is good. Section 2, unit 2. Section 2, unit 2 was going to Beijing. Beijing. Okay. Oops. Let's move it a little further. Oh, that's way longer. I think this is one of the hardest lines. So far. Whatever. It's good enough. Okay. uh hmm. Oh, right. Man, I really thought this was gonna be fresher in my head. Hmm. Oh no, wait. Am I think? No, 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 no. No, no, no. That's not what I'm thinking of. Oh, sorry. Let's do this again. Uh. Ugh. It's so toxic. Okay. It's centered. Hmm. Hmm. No, yeah. Yeah. This was what I was thinking of. Uh-oh. Wait. Why is my pen screwed up? What's happening? Cursor is kind of bugged. Wait, what's going on? Uh-oh. Okay. It's better. Oh no. What's going on? Oh no. Oh no. Don't do this. Oh no. My thing is bugged out. Wait, hold up. Maybe I can unbug it? Okay, it's unbugged. Ooh. Crisis averted. I accidentally hit my pen button. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Oh, this one's so toxic. Oh no. No, this one's fine. Hold. No. I'm like, right? And then this one. Oh, I need more room. Hold. Oh. Okay. It's fine. I see the dot. It's fine. It's fine. Go away. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad actually. Hmm. Um. That could be a little off. I don't know if I'm starting up here or okay. I think it's good enough. And then wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Kind of chonky. All right. I think that's it. I think that's all of them. So we're good. Pretty sure that's all of them. Maybe miss one or two, but that's not too bad. Okay. So this is all of our Hanzi. So now we're gonna do the second thing. What we're gonna do is kind of like fade it in the back a little, right? Take a snack break. Then, okay. And now, just use one color for the time being. Or, wait. Do I have the full spectrum? Yeah, I do actually. Okay. So, now we're gonna go through and write all our opinion. Right? Shui. Bei. Ga. Mi. Han. 这是 I don't think I'm gonna be 100% accurate on some of these. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna miss some of these. Bing. Ni. De. Ni de. 周 告 Who? Do. 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 That's the best I got on that one. That one's kind of a nightmare, actually. Hey. Bing. 我 没 中 人 我 好 好 一 大 力 呢 Actually, maybe this won't take that long. Yeah. Hanzi is the tether to everything. When 一 一 Chung? Oh no. Yeah? Yeah? We're gonna go with that. Lao Shi Lao Lao Shi Wu 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 Yuan Dui. Just gonna write boo for this one. It's a little complicated. Boo kind of switches a lot. Sure. Sure. Oh no, I don't know where I'm putting my accent marks. My accent marks are still a little bit confusing between U and I and U and O's. That's fine. It's the tone, right? So I think it's 旅律师律师律师 no 律师律师律师律师律 I go with 律师 I don't think it's 律师 no that doesn't sound right 律师 okay 学 you're right okay 喜欢日日本安保宝宝 that's questionable too 菜音乐 I just realized there's another year. Oh, that's 2 years. Wait. Oh, no, maybe not. Wait. Yeah. In, year. No. In, year. No, in year. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. In year. Not sure if it's in year. No, that doesn't sound right. In year. I got this one wrong yesterday. 数学 yeah 数学 no 数学 yeah 数学oh no yeah let's do it 上网上网上 or 上网上网 oh no I don't know I haven't heard this in so long I'm gonna go with上网no, okay we're gonna go with that Oh no, I don't know. Paying attention. Chung. Is it Chung or Chung? We're gonna go with this. It's really subtle though. Yeah, Chung and Chung are really subtle, and it comes up later too. Like, uh, Chung, Chunga, like Chung, Chung versus Chung, no, Chung, Chung, Chunga, Chunga. I think that's fine. We're fine. It literally comes up later. For Chang for the Great Wall. Okay. Just gonna put here. Tone change. It's 2. Fine. We're gonna put the first one. Oh no. Okay. My confident, my opinion is more or less exactly where I think it is. It's shaky at best. It's shaky at best. No. Oh, no. No. I think it's. Gong. Sorry, I should be saying these. Gong. Gong. We're gonna go with Ling. Sure. No. Ling Shi. No. I'm thinking of snacks. This is. It's shocking how I can remember. It still baffles me that I can remember the character, but not quite. Lu might be Lu Xing. Oh, no, wait. Oh, this is where I struggle. I'm not sure if it's 2 or 3. Probably 2. Lu Xing. R Z she 学习 just gonna go with this 学习 I mean that sounds right 学习 yeah whoops yeah 正 ma 女 I'm starting to sense a pattern. I definitely sense a pattern now. I'm struggling with tone 2 and tone 3, and it kind of tone 2 and tone 3 kind of reminds me of the ooh. The ooh after an o in Japanese. Like kuko, right? Gakko. Because it's kind of similar to lu versus lu. So it's kind of that, and I need more discipline. I need to discipline myself more to remember. So I'm getting 2 and 3 because I'm not being vigilant enough. We'll see. Let's see here. We have 1去书店超市 车 oh wait not 车 no wait yeah 车 车 probably 车 this one we don't have, but it's hole on Chang. Man, we have a lot of Changs. Doesn't notice that Chang. Yeah. Joe. my this is the one I was thinking of. Ling shi no ling shi yeah ling shi kan okay yi san xue oops xue bei yao I screwed this up yesterday. New nai yeah we're fine. Liang yeah Lü qi 客气 yeah okay 李 oh no yeah that's fine 李在前拿 oh there Kinorashi konnichiwa okay 洗手洗手 wait whoa hold up I think I made a mistake on this one yesterday too. It might be no oh no 洗手间 yeah I'm having trouble between I'm definitely having trouble between tone 2 and tone 3, which reminds me so much of O versus O and O in Japanese. O and O. Okay. I think that's fine. 洗手间 okay 火车酱鸡票 yeah okay 第二 Wait a minute. Wait. Cards. No. This is not. No. I'll fix this. This is the wrong tone. It's arts. It's tone 2. We might as well. Where's okay. It's fine. Resume. I think I've made maybe 2 or 3 errors already because my pronunciation is not good enough for me to determine what the pinyin is. Yantai. Yeah, Tai. Yantai. Okay. Moving right along here. This was going to be the mixed bag, right? I think my opinion is not that great. My understanding opinion, anyways. Good. That actually changes quite a bit, but we'll just stick with good. It's a counter. Counters kind of change sometimes. Good. Ong. Xing. Yo. Jiao. Yes. Jiao. Wait. No. Ming. Li. Jie. Ce. Jin. Jin. Yeah. Jin. Tian. Do. Li. Li shi. Men. Okay. Going fast. Da. Dang. Da lang. Qiao. Da lang qiao.还是想 Oh no. It's like Ming. 明天，明天. Oh no, 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 it's probably 明天. Yeah, yeah, it's 明天. Okay. 电影院园园啊图 yeah 图书馆 right 图 okay 校yeah 午见 oh wait yeah 见明天见 yeah 我 okay 旁听 we're gonna go over it again with the vocabulary, so there's a chance I might be able to rectify the sounds, maybe the tones. I'm really struggling with 2 and 3. Definitely gonna have to pay more attention to that as we continue. You 小要亮图发出床空调空调呀空调 no 空调 no it's 空调空调oh no 空 I think it's 空调 yeah that sounds fine mm, I'll go on the same ones every time. The heck? I should be stuck on this so long. Oh, May. Sure. Okay. We're almost there. Last unit. No. Yeah. 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 Wait. Oh, you know what? I don't actually know. Wait. A. A. Ding. Yeah, Beijing. Beijing. Bay. Bay. Oh no. Yeah, this is another one. This is new though, so it's okay. Yeah, 怎么 yeah, 怎么做做 no 做长远出租车出租车地铁路长长交便宜 Okay, I think that's all of them. Now we gotta do special things. So how am I gonna color code this? Oh, this one's gonna be tough. How do I do this? Okay. So we're gonna... Oops. Okay. So we have these things, right? Now we are going to go over our vocabulary. I have time. I have time. Yeah. Okay. So let's try this again. One more time. So now we're gonna use English, right? We're gonna use English. Shui. We're gonna draw lines. Coffee. Cha. Mi fan. I'm gonna use them as their phrases. Oh well. 这是 这是 汤冰你的腰豆腐 do I can't with this one, so best shot. All right. Okay, we're good. It's gonna get trickier soon. So 英国美国中国 Just gonna leave this as 人我 And then we have 我的你好你好哦意大利你呢？诶 Is there anything else? That's right. No, we're good. Okay. Let's do more. I'm gonna be skipping some. And then we have to adjust some things too. Okay. When? We're just gonna stick with language. When? 一生 一生 Is it 一生 or 一生? Hmm. 一生 一生 versus 一生. I feel like it might be. I think I'm fine. 一生 yeah, 一生 老师 老师 I'm gonna use waiter. Ooh, 服务员. 对. Then we have 对 不对 as a way. My shorthand is not working out very well. 说 律师 律师 How do I do this one? Oh. 大学生 I should have thought about this. Okay, is there anything else in here? I think we're good. We covered most of the vocabulary. I mean, besides using boo as a... Okay. Let's see. No, we're not going to do boo. Boo is a negation, so let's write that. Negation. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Like. Ruben. 汉堡包 Oh no. I have to... Oh no. I have to draw this line really far later. Oh no. Okay, we're just gonna stick with Thai as in food. Fine. 音乐书写书写 no I think it's 书写 my gut tells me it's 书写 math I think it's math class I'm gonna let it stand alone going online 上网 oh that sounds right 上网 yeah 上网 I don't know about 唱歌 I feel like that's fine too and then this one we have to write an extra addendum ooh 跑步 alright we're fine that's fine alright next one this is a addendum too 爸爸 oh no where is that at oh my goodness all right this is gonna be really comical actually 老婆 okay 很高兴 hey I'm not so sure about this one either I get the I feel like hang on I feel like this one's 很高兴认识你 yeah this is more it 认识你 okay okay all right fine son of a Canada addendum 旅行 yeah 旅行 Arts, arts, uh, uh, 学习，学习，学习。Yeah. Yeah. Okay, which one is it? This one. 真的吗？女儿。All right. I hope this doesn't. Oh, some of it's gonna get really crazy. I don't have this down. Nope. Nope. Poor planning. Poor planning. The reason why I color coded it is because it shows, like I should have started with red and then went to the other side, but I kind of didn't plan that out very well. The idea is to show the distance between the words, right? Because you can see that the farther their colors are away from each other, with the exception of like a few, I ran out of colors, but it's supposed to show their separation. So like 放管, yeah, 放管. 去 出店 教室 教室 no 教室 yeah 教室 车 好 韩国 addendum here. Oh no. I think it's Changcheng or Changcheng. Oh, it's two, right? Changcheng. Yeah, Changcheng. Frequently. And then we already know the negation, so it's fine. Okay. 亚洲 买 令值 no 领值 Ling Chu. My tone was off there. Ling Chu. On. Okay. This is fine. He. Um. 是谢谢谢谢 A 要牛奶 let's throw one way over here. Okay. Nai cha nai cha nai cha nai cha yang but then yeah. 绿茶绿茶 You're welcome. 不客气不客气 Alright. Alright. Let's keep going. Running out of time. So curious how this stuff lines up. Oh my gosh, it's all the way over there. I think it's this one. Xing, yeah, Xingli for luggage. Hmm. 这里哪里在 Ooh, this one's right next to each other. 钱包 Wait, Yeah, 钱包. Okay. Now it works. Oh. This is wrong. Wait a minute. Wait. No. Wait. Oh, yeah, no. That's right. That's right. What am I doing? I'm a pep. No, that's fine. Yeah. 洗手间 火车间 手机 车票 第二 站台 It's good enough to cover most of the stuff. Okay. Good. That's fine. Hongxue. Xing. Yo. Yao. 什么名字? Guess we can up these. Ciao. Eh? 你叫什么名字？名字？马，这是李。Extra here. When? I don't even know. I think both of them are different. counter. I think the best way we can describe it for now is writing what they just counted. In this case, classes. In this case, oh no, wait. People. And this was classes. That's what we got so far. 是四今天有历史啊 history rip 你们有我们 Okay. Good to go. Next one. 大篮球。还是so we can definitely tell which from this we can definitely tell which ones are being used more often, right? You can definitely tell which ones are the common ones. So like 你 right? 你 我 pretty obvious, right? Pronouns. Not too many overlap, so I don't see too many overlap. This could be definitely done better. Experiments. Work in progress. 长 明天 电影 电影院 Ooh, this one's okay. Where are you? Gongyan. Ooh. 图 读书，读书，图书馆。Ooh, that's a unique one. Okay. 跳舞。明天见。Oh, sheesh. 水果。Okay. Oh. Oh man. Is that the same one? Let me see. Which one is it? I think it's this one. What was the other one? This is what I was trying to figure out in my head. What was the other one? No, it's not the other one. Yeah, it's that one. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold up. Did it have a crown or didn't it have a crown? No, I'm pretty sure it's the one without a crown. So it's this one. Yeah. Banzu. Oh, and ooh. The later ones are getting fancy. I don't think this is gonna work next time. I don't know how I'm gonna do it next time. I have to brainstorm. So this one. Hangjian. Oh, wait. Is it the same? It's gotta be the same, right? Ke. Oh, hey, Ke's right here. Neat. Ke ting. Where is it? Wow, I'm surprised. This one got a lot of use, man. So, 公寓. Okay. Oh. Sure. 漂亮。厨房。Don't have a character for this. Shafa. I don't think I have a character for this. Wait, no, I think I do. It's where is it? Oh, it is, but it doesn't. It changed tones. The tone changed. Yeah, that looks right. Shufu. Pretty sure the tone changed. Wrong. We're fine. 空调。空调。This one's kind of cute. I may oh, there. I may要. Wait a minute. No, it's not yao, but it's the phrase we learned. You can still don't want. You can still say 还没有 还没要. I don't want. I still don't want. But it's 还没有. Where the heck did yo go? Okay. I may yo. Oh, we could do something really cool next time where we take like the most common words and put them in the center. Take the most common words and put them in the center, and then put all the like what I feel are the rare words on the outside, and then see what it looks like. Ooh. That's for next time, for day 50. That would be kind of a fun way to visualize things. Dan, where's Dan? Dan. 电视. Okay. This is fun. Man, what a way to look at this. Oh no. 价 oh no. 价格. Oh, hey, I learned something I didn't put together. It's counting for months too. 下个月 下个月 月 下个月 I forgot about that. Neat. So this also counts for, we'll put months here too, in this color. Interesting. Wait. Will. Wait. Self-explanatory. Beijing. Beijing. Wait. Yeah. I forgot about this interaction too. Man, this is like a video game at this point. Oh, hey, G is right here. Hey, G. Oh, and then we have actually this too. Ji Chong. Where are we? 怎么 family. No, it's not family. It's naming. Oh my gosh, it's on the other side. Dama or how? Zuo. Got that. When? Ah, oh, Cha's right up here. Nice. Zu. Some things worked out, some things didn't. Beat here. Ooh. Okay. Where am I going? Oh. Gugong. Gugong. Chang. Again. Okay. Gong really have been used a lot. Holy heck. Oh.车 公交车 便宜 I guess we can highlight it in the... There's also... Yo. Interesting enough, it's both here. Yo. Yo Ming. Alright, it's not as fantastic as I thought it would look like. Not as fantastic. What have we learned? Gung is popular. Holy heck. Gung is very popular. Ni, of course. Wa, of course. Cha, of course. Lots of objects with cha. There's some interesting ones like Peiji, Ji must be the machine, right? Ji. Dian. Dian comes up multiple times. Guan. Ban. Bang. Z came out twice. Z came out twice. Interestingly. Okay. I don't actually know how many vocabulary words that is. There was at least one vocabulary word assigned to each character, and it looked like there was an average of 2 characters per word. However, looking at these long lines, I would say there's about equal number of words per... Yeah, it looks about... I would say it's probably fairly close. Maybe 150 here. I'm going to say conservatively there's 150 terms here. Instead of the 180. There are a few that have 3 as well. Okay. It's alright. So what we have... Let's spend like 30 minutes talking about the last thing. So, what was our thing that we were gonna say? We spent way more than 3 hours, but that's okay. Compare and contrast. Ooh, compare and contrast. We'll just slam it all together. Comments and trends, sure. So, let's see. So like we're looking at, right, compare and contrast Chinese and Japanese courses, right? So let's just think about the major differences, I suppose. And I'm just gonna be talking about maybe like the approach or the method. Alright, and similarities, sure. Okay. So yeah, I would say for the most part in terms of like the vocabulary, it's like it's similar in the sense of it's contextually similar. So contextually similar. You can definitely feel it. It's about the casual conversation, right? Casual conversation topics. So what we do, right? Greetings. Greetings. Already. Food. And like ordering, right? Ordering and family. House stuff. Activities. Like hobbies and routines, right? Activities. So that's relatively similar contextually, right? In terms of vocabulary. However, now, one of the biggest differences, for sure, is that we're gonna have to talk about like pinyin, right? Pinyin and kana. So kana has this interesting way, like the kana in general, because of its I hate, no, not really. I guess to generalize, kana's romaji specifically is quite forgiving, largely because of, I'm gonna say, the sound, right? Romaji kind of captures the sound quite a bit nicer when we're comparing the romanization, and pinyin definitely does not. So there's that one. And in order for me to circumvent this, I'm basically doing it in reverse compared to kana. So kana, romaji was heading into kana, right? You take the romaji, attach it to sound, right? Attach it to sound. You can choose whichever, but you can take the romaji attached to sound and then carry it to kana. And then kana does with writing. Right. However, in pinyin, we're taking the hanzi, attaching it to sound, and then going back to the pinyin. That's how we're doing it. So we're doing it in the reverse, because if I hear the sound and I attach it to writing and representation, I can map out the sound to what the Roman characters are trying to produce. So I'm actually doing the reverse. So that's one of the biggest difference between the two. I'm reversing it. And one thing that really plays a role into it is that I kinda know the sounds. Already. So instead of, I know what sounds kind of go together, just like to some extent, at least for now. I kind of know what sounds kind of sound nice together. So instead of fighting against this, basically trying to know the pinging separately, you know, using the pinyin section, it became pretty clear to me that it's really fun. The pinyin section is really fun. However, definitely requires more refinement, in terms of the technical side of things. It's kind of difficult to imagine them separately too. It's not too bad the way it's trying to do it. The downside is when you have kana, right? When you're doing the kana section, sure, you have the same thing about made up words, right? There's that habit of making up words by combining syllables and stuff, but it still helps to contextualize it that way. When you're there's still some contextualization, in my opinion. Pinyin was even less than that, and it was kind of hard. I don't know. Either or, the whole like sound thing, it didn't really check out, right? Other than the nice thing about kana is the sound outside of pitch, right? Outside of pitch, when it's assembled together, the sound itself stays the sound itself. Obviously, this forgoes pitch accent. However, outside of forgoing pitch accent, this over here, pinyin, forgoes even more than that. So, because its sensitivity isn't, I don't think its sensitivity is high enough for that. It's really fun to be able to, I think the pinyin section is fun to be able to hear differences. And you know what, that's funny, because I feel like if they adapt the pinyin approach to pitch accent in like maybe an unlockable area, like a new area where you compare pitch accents, that might be interesting. I don't know how you're going to do it by training the AI voices. I'm not sure if you can. Maybe you can train it. This would require more refinement, and I can totally understand why they went with that. But it would be awesome, like certain vocabulary where it's like, oh hey, can you tell if it's high or low or whatnot, which is very similar to kind of how they do pinyin, only they only compare two, which side by side, which is nice to tune in, right? So it's kind of this weird mixture where pinyin is kind of nice if you can resolve them, but I think the resolution is not that great. Pitch, on the other hand, you can still resolve in pinyin. So like largely in the pinyin section, if you have great pitch resolution, you can pick out what the like words are, like the which sound goes to which sound a lot of times with pitch. But then you have tone, right? Then you have tone, and tone doesn't have enough resolution. But what they did with pinyin may actually work with pitch training, which you can do anywhere really. Go on a YouTube, like if someone wanted to not use Duolingo, you can go on a YouTube video and discern pitches, like which one's high, which one's low, have two pitches close together and find highs and lows. It's not that like essential. So neither section I feel is too essential. When you get to learning words and then associating them with a bigger cluster of sounds, I think it kind of just works itself, whether it's natural or not, because I'm not dealing with the idea of natural or unnatural. I think that's too arbitrary for me to make commentary on. So naturally, the biggest difference is that I am going with looking at that's kind of what my lesson was, my review. I wrote the characters out, and knowing those characters, I know what the sounds are. So then I take the sound and I try to best write the pinyin for it. In Japanese, I read the kana and I try my best to adjust or pitch the way I feel like it sounds fine, like the way I want it to sound, right? Like, that kind of sounds weird. Let's just change the pitch around. So, and what I'm doing there is I'm taking pitch from outside, like, when they introduce like a new word, I'm like, what does this word sound like? And if I've heard the word before, that's what I'm taking into the kana. So I read the kana and I'm like, okay, maybe it's like low, high, high or something, and then I just do it. That's what I output. And then if the synthetic voice choose something different, then maybe I'll adjust to it, maybe I won't. That's how I'm doing the pitch thing. So I read the kana, then guess on a pitch or feel a pitch, and then use the AI voice to corroborate with the AI voice or conflict with the AI voice. In the Chinese side of things, I listen to it, it sounds okay, and then I attached it to the characters. And then when I say it again, I try my best to write it in pinyin. And then eventually, I will be able to write what I'm saying in pinyin because I know what it sounds like, as opposed to the other way around where you read a kana, right? You read a kana and you know what it sounds like. I'm using sound and then I'm writing it. So quite legitimately, that's kind of how I interact with Chinese already, like how I interact with Fujianese. So like the biggest difference that I focused on is sound is largely like 80% of the first stage in Chinese. But in Japanese, a lot of times it's the kana, the written, that kind of comes first, right? It's the majority holder. And then you guess that sound. And then you output. Or you get meaning, right? Meaning and all that. Meaning, etc. And this is sound. Then you get the meaning of the sound. Or actually, yeah, sure. Yeah, meaning. And then you get to writing. So that's kind of one of the biggest differences. So basically, most of the time, I spend a lot of time listening, finding the character, because every character is new, basically. What I mean is, every vocabulary, like new vocabulary, tends to be a new character still, which is kind of cool. I like it. Now we have multiple characters though, so this might change. We have multiple characters with this kind of like same pinyin and set like similar sounds, if not same sounds. So this might change in the future. I don't know. And kana is static now. Kana is static, which is kind of nice. Honestly, with all that said, it's interesting how much I treat kana as an alphabet. You know, for lack of a better word, treat it more like an alphabet than when it comes to Mandarin. Yeah. So that's one of the highlighted differences, and I really like it. It's so different. So for Chinese, I look forward to each character, and I spend a lot of time with each character. Once the character is familiarized, when it comes back up, it's like fast. Like it's really fast. Like it's quite. I don't think I have a. So this might seem like a cop-out thing. I don't necessarily see a difference, a significant difference in pacing in terms of like how I'm acquiring vocabulary. It's not, and what I mean by that is not necessarily speed or volume, but how I feel, like how difficult it is. Difficult. It's not exhausting or mentally draining or less intuitive or more intuitive. I haven't really measured the volume though. In terms of vocabulary itself, Chinese is still actually slower in volume. However, I'm getting nearly 100% of all the vocabulary right now, which is still averaging less than 15 things. 15 things, right? And then Japanese is still averaging above 20 things. So I can still hit my mark. I'm averaging 15 plus on the Japanese side of things, and I still continue to retain the 15 stuff in Chinese, regardless of how I'm approaching it. Like I'm remembering the characters first versus remembering something else, right? A lot of times, this answers one of my questions, and I don't. It'll be too hard to be like strict about this, but it does answer one outstanding question, which is, back in my Japanese time, a lot of people said like, oh, you should learn, etc. You should learn kanji first. Like you should rush to kanji, right? Because hiragana can serve as a crutch or something, a crutch in terms of sound and meaning and whatnot, and even more so romaji, right? Well, in this case, I still had time to go back to effectively pinyin. Effectively pinyin, even though I could spend the whole time not even ignoring pinyin and just continue using Hanzi, right? Hanzi, it's irrelevant. Honestly, the approaches were adapted, so we have to keep in mind that I adapted my approach. But no, I don't see. This is just anecdotal. Other people might believe hard enough it's a placebo and a nocebo effect. I'm being very serious here. There are no, just to take a hot take, this might be a hot take. At the present time, after decades of this idea of types of learners, when people think of types of learners, this kind of, in my opinion, is associated a lot of times with people's perception of how they learn. So this is kind of a trend. It's like a 2-decade to 3-decade long trend. Actually, when I was, the trend existed before I was born. I still remember going to school and people talked about this types of learner thing. Like, you still see these comments in videos, like, I'm a visual learner, I'm an auditory learner, right? After decades, there's really the thing is practice learner, as in once trained, there is, in my opinion, often negligible, but most of the time negligible significant difference between this idea of types of learners, and this kind of, in my opinion, reflects some of that thing where, oh yeah, the kanji is harder because maybe it's visually discomforting, and then now people just want to listen to the sounds instead, or instead of reading first, they want to rely on speaking, like hearing speaking, like auditorily versus visually reading things. That's not, still to this day, I think I'm confident enough, or like I'm concerned, I'm comfortable with saying that the hot take here is there are still no substantial, significant evidence that would support that there are types of learning. And then to that, advantageous approaches to learning, especially language, because language is often compared, juxtaposed by sound, input of sound, and output of sound, and input of visual reading and outputting writing, right? Because those are the very concepts. This whole type of learning, while I can't answer anyone else's question, for myself, the biggest difference that made these two equivalent is an appropriate adapted approach, whether I did it or not. And I just happen to know that I do this already. So I'm fairly okay, and I am practiced in both visual and auditory things. So naturally, I didn't see or feel a negligible or a significant difference between which way I rely on acquiring my vocabulary or normalizing it. So the question is, most people would be asking, how do you optimize that? And my answer is, or my initial response is, you optimize it by balancing auditory stimuli and visual stimuli, right? Balancing auditory and visual stimuli. This is a cop-out answer. That best engage you at the moment. So you start there, and then you go through a refining process. You just keep refining, in my opinion. Continue to push yourself to refine. So to me, this fun experiment between Chinese and Japanese more or less confirms what I've honestly know about myself since I left high school. When this whole like idea of types of learning started to become less and less of a rubric for learning, because when you get into college, you're not like, in my opinion, if you continue to excommunicate yourself and believe that you can't learn auditorily or visually, like make that, classical excuse. I personally do think it's an excuse where like, oh yeah, can I just listen to it? Because I'm better at listening than I am at picturing things. There are exceptions. I've met people who claims they have aphantasia, right? That we're not talking about those kind of things, or like dyslexia, things like that. When you are part of the average healthy person, whatever that may be, which I feel most people are, exclusively thinking you can only learn a specific way is a gamble in which you're saying that you prefer to put all your eggs in one basket, right? And now it can work out because the basket that you're picking is the most practiced, as in this basket is really well held together. Because let's say you spend your entire years just being a quote-unquote visual learner. So when you were growing up, like me, and you're like 30 and 40 and you're thinking about learning a language, right? And you have decided, I'm an auditory learner. I'm only going to spend most of my time listening to the language and then transfer all that listening skills into the words, right? Into the visual words. So like you're relying on, like, say, you're relying on either sound or writing first, and then you're trickling it down to the second step, right? The second step. So you have a strength per se. That's great, right? It's possible, it works. However, what it does is if you have one basket, what happens when that basket gets boring? Or what happens when your only option stops putting out, right? Then you enter the whole complacent stage. Like, yeah, but I was already using the best method, and the best method just didn't work for me. Now what do I do? It's like, yeah, I might as well just toss in my hat, because if the best method doesn't work, then there aren't any other methods that are worth trying. Now, there are some people who use the best method and they're like, oh, it didn't work. It's like they'll continue to find other methods or the next best method. But there is something about thinking that you only learn a certain way and you only use the best method for yourself, that when every subsequent thing you try, it doesn't work out because you believe it doesn't work. It's really hampered by a nocebo effect, right? If you already tried the best thing, what are the odds the next best thing will work out? And I've witnessed this a lot more than I would like to admit. It's not like the vast majority of people, but I witnessed this a lot more than I like to admit in learners, especially when it's complicated. Like, for example, I don't know, someone, a good example would be like someone started with JavaScript, right? And they struggled. So because their initial struggle, initially, yeah, this is probably we're going into the second thing, the anecdotal like trend things, and then I'll end it here. So like JavaScript, it's edgy, right? It's edgy, it's for gaming, etc., or what have you. This person has expectations set to JavaScript, and they kind of weigh it as the ideal language for them. So everything's weighed on this, basically all eggs in one basket. So they struggle, right? We're not talking about the people who are successful because they don't have to solve problems. If they're successful, that's great. But we're naturally talking about someone who is struggling. And how does this perpetuate? Well, then, since the ideal has failed, every subsequent thing like C++, Python, I don't know, your favorite Unity engine or something, they become plan Bs. And they become subpar. What happens is when you have this ideology, it goes, and this is an analogy, a very real analogy actually, analogy to the idea of believing you're a type of learner. Actually, kind of low key, it's not my field, but it also filters into believing you're a type of person as well, by using personality tests and whatnot. Now, I'm not saying that there's no benefit or merit to these things. Sometimes these things are double-edged. You could believe you're the smartest person in the world and analytical, and then you choose to be analytical, right? And it helps, right? Helps. That's a placebo effect a lot of times, right? Do not discount the power of a placebo effect. This is what streaming is. Streaming, if you see someone who's very passionate and learn very well, effectively they're selling you a placebo effect, right? It's like that contact, encouragement. These are placebo effects, right? It doesn't necessarily literally make you better on the spot, but the idea makes it happen, right? It's kind of hard. It's a gray area. But this can very well also end up being a nocebo effect. So, for example, when you are a type of person and when you are a type of learner, or you have this idealism of an approach, everything else will be possibly subjected to a nocebo effect afterwards when it doesn't work out, right? So for those who life works out perfectly, which I don't think it's the majority of people, gonna be really earnest with you. I think the majority of people, especially if you talk about the successful people, right? Whatever successful is, it's kind of like fluency and all the other. When you highlight in general the successful people, they did not live an idolized. They often did not live an idolized life, as in everything worked out exactly the way they planned. So oftentimes they don't idle on plans, they adapt to plans. And that goes back to the idea of a type of learner. So instead of reproducing what I did with Japanese, I did something different for Chinese. And it was still incredibly engaging. In fact, because I would argue, because I don't do the same thing for Chinese and Japanese, it doesn't feel like I'm doing the same thing twice. Okay? And that has a placebo effect. I'm gonna call it a placebo effect because I don't really know. When you're not doing the same thing, there's something magical. I'm just gonna say a placebo. Magical about it. It's like playing two different games. If you can somehow look into the idea of engaging yourself, but still ends justifies the means, right? Like it could be in a sense cycling. Like say for example, you can flashcard with Anki, if you will, on one day, right, for Chinese, and then the next day you're gonna flashcard on Japanese and then do something else on Chinese for day 2. You're still not necessarily doing the same thing within a day, and that creates less monotony, right? Monotony, it keeps boredom at bay, right? Although you're still double dipping, so when you double dip, you gotta account for it. You're doing twice the volume across like a week and maybe a month. Well, the idea is when people think there's only one thing, then they're gonna apply that one thing to everything. So it's really, really wonderful if it works out. I just don't think the human condition is going to support that. At some point, you're going to get complacent and you're going to get bored. And the idea is when you look at JavaScript, you're looking at options. So here are 4 options. How are you going to like manage it in a way that you can still be engaged in multiple approaches without making it seem like it's the same over and over again, right? I think to me, that checked out for me. How do I manage keeping Chinese and Japanese, quote unquote, separated but still linked together? Is that I made it a social experiment. I was curious if I just dumped the way I approached with Japanese and then do Chinese. So I didn't bother looking at how Japanese is similar to Chinese, which I think that is worth mentioning because that is one of the trending. That's one of the trending comments. If I had any trending comments during these 25 days, is comments about how Chinese and Japanese can get confusing, and that's perfectly understandable, right? Like how do you separate them? Do they help each other or interfere with each other and I'm going to say yes, and no. It's yeah, all these things can happen, really. Like you can confuse it, you can have trouble separating it, they can help each other, and they can most certainly interfere with each other. But the answer still is no. When it comes to, does it make it more difficult? Make it more difficult per se, as in I'm gonna say more like unfun, right? Because in my opinion, at least from this experiment, much like video games and my job and whatnot, the way you approach things and your methods, when they tend to not overlap and not to overlap. So what I mean by that is, I don't know if this analogy is going to hit for most people, but your brain sometimes are very similar to muscles, right? Where in my opinion, sorry, we're not talking about literal, figuratively. We're using an analogy here. So if you hit the gym, right? And you decided to progressively overload. So what I mean by that is you get a good workout. The workout took like, I don't know, let's just say you did 12 sets total or something, some volume. And that 12 sets kept you engaged and you reached a point of overload, or like you did a lot of time, as in time to exhaustion, right? But the thing about focusing on progressive overload is that you're not focused on how many, per se, reps, because you can totally do it by doing like hundreds of sets of something that doesn't have progressive overloading, as in you're not putting in effort per se. It's cruising. You're cruising. So that doesn't mean you're not going to get exhausted. You're going to get exhausted, right? You're going to experience massive fatigue. But the question is, oftentimes, which one's more efficacious? Oftentimes, it's actually the progressive overloading, or the one in which you input effort, instead of passively cruising. And one thing that really comes off is exhaustion, and not just physical exhaustion. We have to take into account mental exhaustion. And there's something that I'm pretty good at, I guess. I'm going to say I'm okay. I'm above average at this. And that is doing something for a very long time. I think I have a lot of patience, tolerance, and discipline to handle long mentally endurance-based task. Like one time I spent 4 hours straight pipetting like 96 well plates, like a machine, even though we don't have we could have used like some sort of machine or something. So I'm saying I'm a bit above average, but even I would probably share some sort of mental exhaustion by some way. So oftentimes it's a balance between your input to reach your point and how often you're doing it. Like your body will still give out in that way. And honestly, that is an imperfect analogy, but I feel the brain is very similar to that, in the sense that if you place all your eggs in one basket, in terms of your methodology, in terms of your method approach, mental fatigue is going to likely take you, then in my opinion, investing in a foundation of multiple approaches. And yes, that includes Duolingo. So, like, and it doesn't stop people from generalizing, I know, because we talked about this. The truth is, oftentimes people are still looking for the ideal tool, right? The one-stop shop. One-stop shop. Well, hey, here's an example. Here's an example where I still use the same tool. But that doesn't mean you have to use it the same way. Same way each time. In fact, here's a funny, interesting thing about Duolingo. People are more, and so we talk about how users are like not problem solvers, and they're expecting idealism in one-stop shop and whatnot, right? But think about it this way. A lot of people talk about like the coursework being different, right, between languages, and then they're being overdeveloped and underdeveloped. Like some are new, some are old. But you see, in my opinion, I think the devs low-key know how to keep people engaged. And this is also part of it. And one of the stats that I feel most people don't take account for is that a good significant body of their users participate in multiple languages. Now, we're not talking about the mastery of a single language and whatnot. Yes, you would need to master a single language by focusing on that single language. But the counter to this, or like the opposite situation is, if you were to master a language, how engaged do you remain using one tool, using one-stop shop, right? One-stop shop. So for example, all the Anki, bread and butter Anki people out there, if you continue to use Anki for multiple languages, that Anki experience may not change as much as you think, right? Unless the community, the decks themselves, changes something, in my opinion. Well, in Duolingo, people are more likely to do multiple languages because at some point, their singular approach to learning, in my opinion, or consolidated, we'll call it consolidated. Consolidated, I don't know how to spell consolidated. Consolidated approach is being applied to all the languages. But there's one thing that's stopping it from always being the same. The context has changed. Multiple languages have different contexts, they have different development cycles, and even if you wanted to learn Chinese, right? Now, relating back to my experience, even if you wanted to learn Chinese the same way you learn Japanese, you can't. Like, the courses are different. Contrary to someone who generalize and say it's just copy pasta or copy paste. When it's copy paste, they're talking about the actual vocabulary. So their only focus is the one basket, which is to get fluent, I suppose. Get fluent. When you look at the Chinese and Japanese course, you legitimately cannot use the same method, in my opinion. Like, or what I mean is, I would not use the same method, which I didn't. However, others may attempt to, right? If it worked for Japanese, why not it work for Chinese? For example, I'm sure you would get very similar results at some point, but there is definitely not that intent. And so it goes back to what I said earlier, right? it's still largely the same vocabulary. Like they go from food to greeting to stuff. And that's kind of the context, right? If you learn math, where do you start? If you learn chemistry, where do you start? Well, you start with the fundamentals. Effectively, the context itself stays static. How you approach the content is going to be either you can choose to be the same if you want, or you can switch it up. So why is that important, in my opinion? At the last, just to make one last comment, why is it important to be multiple methods and adaptive? Well, let's say you review a product and you're trying to review components within the product. And then you're trying to review components of of those components. And so on. Or maybe you reviewed a game, but then you reviewed a subset of those games. The question is, if you only review in one way, right? If you only review one way, this would be such a limited way. This would objectively be limited in scope, right? It would be limited in scope. And what does that mean for the learner? Well, it means that if one course, let's just say you actually like Duolingo, which sounds like I'm gonna get some heat for that. You like a Duolingo course. Say you like the Spanish course. And then you suddenly go to a different course. Say the Japanese course. And then you realize, oh, the Japanese course is not the same. Like in method. Because it's just lacking something. Right? Then no matter what, you can't use this. Limited in scope. Right? You don't know how to work around it. Because what you did was you idolized something. But the opposite could happen. Let's say you did the Chinese course, and then you went to the Spanish course. And then now you're thinking, oh, this is nice. Now I can't go back to the Chinese course because limited in scope. You can only review a product in one way or a few ways that's ideal to you as opposed to being adapting. Now, reviewers can most definitely have their own opinions and preferences, right? And you're arguing, well, isn't it that's what reviewers do, right? You're looking at reviewers and you're like, isn't it important to offer their honest opinion, right? And their biases? It's like, yeah, certainly. Right? What kind of reviewers get hired to do more things? What kind of reviewer has bigger reach? Oh yeah, that's right. They have more interest. Right. Oh, okay. More perspective as well. And where does that come from? Where do these more perspectives, more interests that then have a larger, bigger scope, right? I said reach. Scope. Bigger scope. It's because they have more like things, right? Like methods, takes, right? So yes, you can most certainly be a specialist in reviewing if you wanted to. Like you have that brand, and just so happens you're lucky enough that it's the statistically majority people who resonate with you. Alternatively, you could be a reviewer that have adaptability and have more than one basket. You can diversify. Now, let's go back to learning, right? Let's go back to learning. Well, oftentimes the professional, the internet expert advice that I get often is the idea that things don't work and things do work. So there are somehow categorically something that doesn't work and something that do work. Well, the only person, in my opinion, when it comes to the scope and adaptivity that do work is you. So honestly, when someone tells me that there are tools that don't and do work and that's why they're not successful, my first thought is you're either you are successful or you're not, because everything you do is to make you successful. Everything you use and stuff is that you do work. Because in the end of the day, the credit, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily go to the tool, but the people who created the tool and the person who used the tool and created something with it or achieved something with it. So in the end of the day, putting all your eggs in one basket, especially one tool, one type of thinking, can work if you're lucky. Honestly, though, it's an uphill battle. It takes really, like the comment is, it takes true passion, in my opinion. Why is this so coveted? True passion, like, I don't know, Magnus, right? Magnus in chess, right? Is that they are statistically, they are outliers. So you can continue to use your placebo effect and channel the placebo effect that you're an outlier, and then acquire true passion if you want, right? All the power to you. Meanwhile, while possibly you might not have true passion and you're like in maybe the normal distribution of people, right? The 80%, the normal distribution of people in various things. There are a lot of things you are the average in. Magnus is most certainly an outlier when it comes to chess, but there are other things that this person trades off in that, right? So even then, there is room for places where you can be diversified. And oftentimes, I had a little digression earlier today when I was reviewing that it's not because I'm very just above average. I think most of the time I would conservatively say I'm above average. But how am I above average? It's largely because I'm adaptive. Honestly, I might not be above average if, say, here's a relativity, right? Average is a relative. So what if everyone was adaptive? And I believe this is not something that's exclusive. You don't need to be born an outlier to be adaptive. So if the social norm is to promote adaptivity and diversification, then I would no longer be above average. I would be average. And that's actually what I truly believe. I'm no more adaptive, extraordinarily adaptive, than the average person. The point I'm trying to make now is that currently the average person seeks to find ideal solutions. Much like my slight digression about the internet, where the solutions are on the internet, but people don't solve problems. No problem solving. The solution is on the internet. So there's no problem solving. There's no need for critical thinking. So I think the only thing that makes me perhaps any reasonable, interesting person remotely even interesting when it comes to it is because I use Duolingo. And how do I use Duolingo is part of the problem solving and the critical thinking part that makes it different. But I don't think anyone else is like unable to do that, in my opinion. It's not like they're unable to do what I'm doing. It should look feasible, right? It should sound feasible. I put in a lot of time. So if you had that much time, right, which you don't, most people that I've met have lots of things and other things to juggle, right? So if the scenario was, if the conditions were met, then I don't think most people would be able to adapt. So the question is, what is average now? I think the average is that most people have ideal perspectives on how they learn, what tools are ideal, and they select based on that. And they select based on information without first-hand experience. So to wrap it all up, right? I want to leave with a message. Not really strongly, but I like to encourage the idea that sometimes it may be worth, in quotes, diversifying once in a while. So keep your basket. Keep your main basket. But don't necessarily sideline your other baskets. Sometimes these baskets also interact with each other, right? So what I learned with Japanese in Duolingo, that was kind of a starting point for how I'm learning Chinese in Duolingo. And then now just so in case people are knowing, my afternoon activities with Chinese, like outside of Duolingo, is very different from my Japanese activities. It's not the same as my outside of Duolingo Japanese activities because the resources are different. And the currents of people suggesting things are different. And what do? I adapt to them. I see opportunity. If someone tells me about some Japanese resource, that's cool. It's different from those people who tell me about Chinese resource, right? It's kind of like the person that groans and said, well, I can't move to Japan. That's what I want to do. I want to live and breathe Japan, so I want to learn Japanese when I move to Japan. Well, you can't right now, so what can you do? It's like groan and talk about and complain about how you can't move to Japan to learn natural Japanese. So then you complain, and then you create, in my opinion, a nocebo effect where you're like, well, what's the point of learning Japanese anyway else if I can't learn natural Japanese from in Japan, right? That's kind of like, it's aggressive, but you gotta be cognizant about this. When you believe in something that doesn't work, Duolingo doesn't work. Does it? Did you challenge it? I mean, did you null hypothesis test? I mean, it's clearly doing something. Can you describe to me like what does work and what doesn't work? Because I honestly think that if you're an objective person, right? Someone likes to promote themselves as objective and say, oh yeah, lots of people say Duolingo doesn't work, right? And somehow the product still exists. So what does work? It could be something completely unrelated to language learning, but you wouldn't know because the person is only quantifying the things that they want to quantify. It's the same as having an ideal perception of their learning skills. It's like, oh yeah, I only learn by flashcards, so there's no way Duolingo can work, right? Or I only work by anime because anime is the only thing that interests me, so therefore I do nothing but watch anime to learn Japanese. I wish I was joking about this, but I'm not. Those comments happen quite often, and it's not a bad or a good thing. The question is, are those people happy, and are they able to achieve their, achieve whatever makes them happy doing those things? And I'm not going to go out to dictate whether they are happy or not, right? Some people have tried very, very hard to convince me to be unhappy with what I have. That is like, I'm helping you realize that you are unhappy. It's like, okay, I suppose. That's kind of how that feels a lot of times. When you're stuck with an idealism, when you're stuck with an ideal perception of what happy looks like, and then you attach it to all sorts of methods that must match your kind of world, and then you start talking to someone, and then you, of course, obviously accuse that other person for projecting, when I didn't seek you, right? When I didn't seek you, you sought me. Oftentimes projection starts by the person who's seeking the other person, not the other way around. Like, I didn't come to find you to express my counterintuitive perspective. I didn't go to you to try to convince you what you're doing is wrong. It's the other way around. So it's not mutual. The person who started is the person who seeked it, right? It's very... So you want to help me. First, diversify. Right? I think that's the take-home message here. So, let's go back to our schedule, right? Lightning round. So, comments, trends. I think one comment in terms of trends that I would like to promote is the idea of diversify when you are comfortable with what you can do. Because that, in my opinion, often prevents stagnation. It makes you adaptable. It may promote creativity, in my opinion. And creativity often is a boon to problem solving. Especially problem solving where no one has the solution yet. And let's throw in critical thinking, obviously. Because to be creative, you have to think critically. Otherwise, most people will find it not creative, right? So that's the take-home message, probably. When you are comfortable with what you're mastering, like say Japanese is super comfortable now, or like so-and-so, you're really good at this game. It's like, okay, so now instead of what we would call it resting on your laurels, I don't know how to spell laurels. Is it this? Resting on your laurels. Diversify. what it does is it's going to prevent you from stagnating because you're already really good at whatever you're doing, say Japanese. What that also does is it also gives you more experience. It gives you more empathy. The list goes on, right? It allows you to be able to advise people because you can problem solve now and you can critically think, as opposed to keep doing what you're doing that's so good and that's the only thing you can do. So the only person you can advise is the person you're comfortable with, basically you. So if you find another you out in the wild, then your experience is helpful to that person and you'll be a godsend to that person. Can you find out who that person is? Well, you don't look outside your own self. You don't have other ways to tell and talk to people. So it's a paradox. You won't be able to advise someone because you have no idea how to even interact with other people who aren't you, right? So you have to be really lucky. Your advice lands for anyone who is you, unless you diversify. So when time comes in the future where I integrate Spanish, you bet that I'm not going to do it the same way. Because by the time I get there, I'll be comfortable in how I'm learning Japanese, and I'll be comfortable in how I'm learning Chinese, or some manner of it. And I'm not going to sit on something that works. I'm going to sit on it, continue to do it per se, but not only do that, I'm going to diversify, right? Constantly adapting and diversifying. So be creative. Solve some problems. Maybe reinvent the wheel if you don't believe you have any problems to solve. My word, if you are the perfect specimen and you're the perfect human that has no problems to solve, that is incredible. First of all, that's fantastic. Go solve other people's problems then. And I'm not talking about tell people how to solve their problems with what you do. Solve their problems with how they're doing it. You know, they're the starting point. It's not the other way around. Like, oh, this worked for me, it obviously will work for you. That's not diversifying. That's being a specialist, right? It's resting on your laurels. If you go around feeling like you're always saying the same thing to everyone and the vast majority of people don't listen to you, it's probably time to diversify a little bit, right? Because you have to start with saying something relevant in order to be helpful. So if you go around and say, oh yeah, this doesn't work, it's like, that's not relevant because the person is using the thing. Like, you didn't start with how to describe why it's not relevant. Like, you didn't start anywhere, right? So I think ultimately in the end, diversification when you can, because you're so successful already, that is I'm gonna say low-key, not professional advice, but to me, success is built on this. If not, it's good investment advice. It's a great way to know how to invest, right? You have your main pool and you diversify your pool, right? You still invest in the skills and the things that work really well. Any excess resources that you have, when you're comfortable with them, you diversify, because diversification leads to a potential in massive returns, and then they can become a new thing. You don't know. So that's what I did, in my opinion. I didn't rest on my Japanese approach, like, oh yeah, I understand how it works now and I know. No, I just continue to diversify. I have time to do so, and that's probably what I did. When you solve scientific problems, right, when you solve projects and things, every time you start a new experiment or you troubleshoot an old experiment, you have to diversify. You can't just do the same thing and expect different results. There's an idiom here, right? Performing the same exact experiment, expecting different results is a test of insanity, right? Or a test of sanity, however you want to view it. But generally speaking, obviously there's statistical anomalies and nebulousness and spuriousness, and you have to produce robust results. But the idea is, if something doesn't work after a consistent amount of comfortability, you know that it possibly doesn't work, then you can probably explain it. If you don't test it enough and you're using vicarious experiences, well, let's just say it's pretty obvious, at least to myself, that when you're trying to explain something that is not your own experience, it's pretty weak and flimsy. Like, you get the generalization, like, oh, no one does this. Oh, everyone does that. Kind of remark, right? It never works for this. Or I feel like this is basically the reason. That's not diversification. That is sticking to one ideal, one really, really concise package that is unable to explain most of the stuff. Just a thought, right? I think this statement is how I feel now, personally. This captures my experience with Duolingo Chinese. These are my thoughts every time I finish doing Japanese and I go to Chinese. Like, let's do something differently. Because I can. Why not? Some people would argue, well, you're gonna waste time. Well, I'm definitely gonna waste time in the terms of like learning vocabulary and Chinese, and maybe that, like, you know, experimenting waste time. But is it a waste for me to finally get to practice all the little things that I haven't ever done as a self-study person, right? I haven't ever self-studied, honestly. Like, in this capacity, I don't think I've ever self-studied before. You know, I was always under the tutelage or mentorship. So almost all my life outside of this period of my life was guided and helped by my peers, right? So self-study is a very different experience. And this stuff is super interesting to me. So yes, I am willing to sacrifice any amount of fluency that I'll get within the next 3 or 4 years, 6, 10, maybe for the rest of my life. But one thing I'm investing in is that I do not stagnate on enjoying the experience while it lasts, right? So the question is your loss in efficiency towards your end goal worth diversifying and interacting with more people? Maybe being less bored, perhaps talking to me. I don't know if people like talking to me or not, but you know, being surrounded by individuals who like to solve problems and engage people and smile like frequently when they learn one new word or aren't bound by some sort of metric or number, right? Obviously, I'm not talking about work. So we're not talking about things you have to do. This is the things you optionally do. When you have a lot of money, what do you do with it? Do you save it and sit on it? Which you can choose to do. My parents kind of did that until they had me and my sister, and all their money went to me and my sister. That's a diversification, right? So when you diversify, your reach gets bigger, your net gets safer, right? So do the things you have to do, but please, if there's anything that's a not professional advice, diversify, right? You have excess money, if you have excess time, if you have excess competence, connect. And that also goes to the people who offer unsolicited advice. There's a way to invest in a person to allow them to naturally solicit your advice, but it requires you to diversify your resources. I help people because I first establish trust between the people, and they will, in my opinion, naturally approach me for questions and advice. And those are the people that you diversify into. They will naturally be the ones that are receptive to you, right? So when it is comfortable in every aspect with what you can do, investment is unbelievably more worth it when you diversify into something that you're not already super great at, right? You just have no idea. But go out there, in my opinion. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for those videos. I can't wait for like 2 or 3 years. Maybe some of the people I know now will do something incredible. I'm waiting for those videos, okay? Go out there and make the video, the I made it videos, because I would love that. I mean, it's kind of stealing an idea. Sorry, it's more like Hank Green and John Green's like Project for Awesome, that kind of thing. We're like, go out there and diversify. And when you diversify, make an awesome video about it. Because I don't think life is all that colorful when you are focused so hard on one thing that it even drives you to boredom, to the point where you even give up on the thing, right? It's overworking in the sense of like that exercise analogy I was talking about. You can do hundreds of sets of push-ups as opposed to, 2 sets of incredibly difficult, diversified, challenging push-ups. Yeah, it's gonna feel uncomfortable, but yeah, if you have the time, don't wear yourself mentally, right? And unlike working out, it's even less of a physical game. It's a mental game. So go out there, learn Chinese or Japanese, French, Italian, what have you. Learn to have some creativity involved. I was going to say learn to have fun, but I think we all have our ideas of fun. And why not make it even bigger? Some days, one day, walking out and touching grass could be just as fun as, I don't know, hitting a headshot on your 1000th target or something. Okay. All right. I'm going to end with that. Right. Thanks for listening, guys. This is a great review of the Chinese portion. I pretty much am incredibly satisfied with where I was or where I am, and will continue to expand. I guess here's hoping to get, if we want some metrics, here's hoping to doubling the number of characters. We are at 183 characters. I was told that Duolingo has over 1300 Chinese characters, so at least we'll get that much, right? At least we'll get that much. And I hope to play video games soon, so a little nod to the future. I wouldn't be surprised if I could play a video game in at least listening to Chinese audio, or at least try to listen to Chinese audio. I have a little bit of a leeway with Chinese audio. Probably not reading. Reading comprehension is straight out the window at the moment. I'm not even in the house yet. Okay, guys. That wraps it up. Thanks for listening. I hope like you guys are enjoying your time and not like feeling like you're grinding down, because language learning is so wonderful. It's dynamic, it's complex. It's practically an art form at this point. Like learning how to study and learn and acquire language, it's still practically an art form at this point. I feel like learning in general is an art form, right? Because of our selective attentions, our upbringings, and our background. So diversifying will diversifying will possibly help you retain and refine that over time. Your life is precious, long. Why stick to something so soon, right? I'm having 20-year-olds and 18-year-olds who believe that for the rest of their life, they're okay with learning everything exactly the same way they're going to learn now. In fact, they believe that is the only thing they need to do. That to me sounds great if it keeps working. It also sounds incredibly boring because it sounds like you are perfectly content with doing the same thing, especially learning. All right, so go out there, make learning fun again. That's not supposed to be some sort of political meme, but make learning fun again, guys. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. 再见，明天见。また明日。はい。じゃあね。Take care, guys. Bye bye now.